Good morning. I don't know if anybody's here. This is an impromptu live stream. Uh, so if you're here and you feel like saying hi, say hi. If you're here and you don't feel like saying hi, don't. I'm not the boss of you. So I'm just taking a look to see if anybody has responded to any of the posts I've made, because this is very last minute. I woke up this morning and realized I had things to do and that I would kind of maybe like to do them with some company, or maybe other people feel the same way. It looks like there isn't anybody here yet, so I'm kind of not super happy with how my bedroom looks. It's just a little cluttered and it's stressing me out a little bit. So I'm going to set the first sprint for 10 minutes of yuck, as Nicole would put it. I am going to set, yeah, 10-minute sprint so that I can get this place cleaned up. Oh, it looks like somebody's joined me. I don't know if it's somebody who wants to say hi or not. Uh, if not, like I said, don't. So yeah, 10 minutes of yuck so that I can get this place tidied up a little bit. Oh yeah, it's Ana, and she says, "Yay! Let's do more yuck." Who doesn't love some good yuck? Well, we call it yuck for a reason. Okay, so we are going to be sprinting. I got to get my glasses out. So if you had 1 minute into the sprint for when I whip out the reading glasses, you win. Okay, so we are sprinting until I'm gonna. Do I want to round up? I'm gonna round up to 15. So it's gonna be like 14 minutes of yuck because I got stuff to do and it might take me 15 minutes. That's about the upper limit of how much time I want to spend doing things. And oh, I should put sprinting until 00:15. And I need my link for the radio station, which is the river. I don't know if they have morning zoo crew. If they have morning zoo crew, I am out of there because that is just not where my head is at. Oh dear. Ooh, it says they're playing American Pie, but sometimes that's out of date. I have a theory where it's like Americans have American Pie and British people have Bohemian Rhapsody. Actually, everybody has both songs. So there we go. There it is. And I'm going to pop that on screen so that if anybody joins us, they can see that. And I will see you at 10:15. And I'm going to remember to mute this time. Okay, that was about 10 minutes plus. It was like 13 or 14 minutes, and we're back. And I got the trash taken out. And when I went downstairs, I saw that my mother was doing her own 10 minutes of yuck because she was putting away the dishes that were from the dishwasher. They had been cleaned. She wasn't putting away dirty dishes. We don't do that around here, although. Anyway, so she was putting away dirty dishes. So she was doing her own 10 minutes of yuck. I went outside, and I think it's going to be like at least 12 hours of yuck here because it's muggy, very, very humid. It's like 80 degrees, I think, but so muggy. Let me see, what is it currently? It's currently 82 degrees. Ugh. With a real feel of 94 degrees. I don't know about that. It's not nice. I think it's going to be like, I was telling my mom, it's going to be like a 3 or 4 popsicle day. And she's like, do we have that many popsicles? And I'm like, I hope so. And Ana says, I got the playpen put away and the floor vacuumed. Wow, that was very efficient. And all of the dishes are in the sink as well. Are they clean yet? I know your dad was working on that, but anyway, what was I going to say? Oh, so I took out my trash. I made the bed. I don't usually bother to make the bed, but I thought, if I'm going to be reading over here in my filming and comfy chair, I wanted the space to be a little tidier. If the bed's unmade, it's just like I would just want to get in it. So I'm trying to be a little more formal than that. Probably later I'll end up taking to my bed while still doing the live stream. And so anyway, today is for Ana, who is here, and for anybody who's catching up later. I have library books that are coming up due. So I decided to do my reader versus library due dates as a live stream rather than trying to do a vlog, because vlogs are kind of momentum killers. You set up the camera and all of this. Live stream can be a little more informal. Ana says, clean sheets sound lovely. Perhaps that will be my next task. I didn't actually put on clean sheets. I changed the sheets like 2 or 3 days ago. So I didn't put clean sheets on. I just made the bed. It's just not, the covers are not all rumpled. They're, everything's tidy. So yes, clean sheets are lovely, but I don't need them just yet. And yeah, so I have library books that are coming due, and I put pictures on the thumbnail, but I thought I'd talk about them a little bit. And then as the day progresses, because I'm planning to do this for a fairly long time, unless I get a headache or something like that, I'm wearing this is actually my most comfortable tiara for long-term wear. It's lightweight, and it's just like the right shape for my head and everything. So, we have a couple more people. Hi, a couple other people. Anyway, so I thought I would, like I said, I thought I'd do my reader versus library due dates live. And what I have is I have 2 books that are due tomorrow because people have holds on them. And one of them is God of Fury. Wait, not God of Fury, God of Wrath by Rena Kent, which I finished last night. And I actually had read, I think I did my first reading vlog. My first reader versus library due dates was God of, what was the first one? God of Malice or God of War? I don't know. There's the title card, but it doesn't tell you which is first. Anyway, I read the first one with Killian, and I just thought it was a really, really unhinged good time. And then I tried to read the second one, which is, okay, God of Malice, I think, was the first. God of Pain was the second one. And I just found the couple to be just really boring. And that was a DNF. And Ana says, it's beautiful. And I just found the couple to be kind of boring. So that was a DNF. And with God of Wrath, we're back to the sort of just absolutely unhinged behavior that I like to read about from time to time. And I finished this one last night. So one down, and then Savage Hearts by J.T. Geisinger is due tomorrow as well because somebody's waiting for it. And this one is the 3rd book in the, what is it, Queens and Monsters? What's the name of the series? Queens and Monsters. This is Queens and Monsters book 3. I had read the first one, which is Savage something or other, or something Hearts. Brutal Vows. No. Ruthless Creatures. I had read Ruthless Creatures, and I haven't read Carnal Urges. It's on Kindle Unlimited, but I didn't feel like I had time to read that one before diving into this one. Again, this is due tomorrow, and I read like the first 16 pages last night, and then I fell asleep. Not because of the book, but because I was just tired. It was time to go to sleep. Your Tiara, says Ada. Yeah, like I said, this is the one that is like probably the best one for long-term wear. And it adds, I have several in progress books to read. I have made no progress. I know how that feels. And this morning I just got a notice. I applied for a bunch of advanced reader copies on NetGalley now that I'm auto approved for Harlequin, and I left some feedback on books. One of them, Build a Boyfriend Project by, I can't remember who that's by. That was Avon, and so, hang on, I don't know what I'm talking about. Nothing new there. It was, let's see. I put it in the trash, I guess. What was it? Harper Voyager, Avon and Harper Voyager. It was Build a Boyfriend Project. Well, it hurts. It doesn't tell us who it's by. I still probably will get my hands on it after it's published. Mason Deaver. Yeah, so that I got rejected for that one, which isn't too surprising. I don't have much of a track record on NetGalley yet. So, I just thought if you don't ask, you can't get. So hope for the best and expect the worst. And if the worst thing is you don't get to read an advanced copy, then you're doing pretty okay. Okay, so anyway, so Savage Hearts. These are both due tomorrow. And then I also have Swept Away by Beth O'Leary, which is due on the 10th, which is Thursday, I believe. I should know this, but I don't. Yeah, Thursday, the 10th. Oh, I should say how long these books are. I am, let's see. God of Wrath that I already finished was really long. It was like 580 pages. And Savage Hearts is like, I think 370, 390. So that's not so long. And Swept Away by Beth O'Leary is 370. And then I also have, and these two aren't due right away, but because I read God of Wrath and just had an unhinged good time with it, I also have God of Fury out. I should be putting them over here because there's like this nice big blank space. God of Fury by Rena Kent, which is I think it comes, I have no idea. So well, watch me struggle to figure out what order these books come in. This one is, yeah, this is kind of down the line a little bit. But God of Fury, I just was thinking, I mean, this one got renewed, and I think the reason I wanted to go into this one maybe next was that I just had so much fun reading this one, because you're just reading it and you're, at least me, I read it and my jaw is dropping and I'm like, what in the what? Wyoming is here. Hey, Sock, she says, barkity bark. Barkity bark, 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 bark. Most of my stuffed dogs are male coded as opposed to female coded. And all of the male coded stuffed animals and dolls like Raggedy Andy's and so on gathered together in my recliner to bro out. So they're having a bro pile. So most of the dogs are otherwise engaged. And some of the female dogs I have, like you saw Sally last Wednesday, they are scattered around. Most of them are downstairs and I'm upstairs. So maybe I'll pick one up during the spring. And anyway, so hi, nice to see you, Barkity Bark. Anyway, so I was like, I might read this one just because this one put me in the mood for this one. And but it's not due as soon. Let's see. And I also have Waiting for the Flood by Alexis Hall, which I started on Friday or Saturday. Yeah, because I didn't find out that these two were due so soon. until Sunday. So I had started this one on Saturday, and I was about to start this one because I thought this was due on the 8th, but it's due on the 10th. Very exciting stuff. And I'm actually pretty far into it, but I put it down so that I could read those other two. So this isn't due too soon. This is the one I was renewing during my live stream a couple of weeks ago, and accidentally gave my phone number out because I didn't realize I wasn't muted when I called the circulation desk at Milford Public Library, and she did the lookup using my phone number. Awesome. Okay. I edited it out before I let the live stream out into the wild. So anyway, this one I'm on page 162 out of 370, so not quite halfway. And the thing about this one that's interesting is that Waiting for the Flood is actually pretty short. I did not realize that it was not a full novel. I mean, the book is long. Waiting for the Flood is, let me see, is actually a novella. Let's see, is 95 pages, which I've already read. And then it's followed by Chasing the Light, which is a novella about the guy, one of the guys from Waiting for the Flood. He broke up with his boyfriend, live-in boyfriend, fiance, whatever, partner. And so Waiting for the Flood is about him getting on with his life. Chasing the Light is about the partner getting on with his life. And it's actually, let me see, I think it's actually, it is longer, or yeah, it's about 200 pages. I don't know why this is called Waiting for the Flood, not Chasing the Light. And then there's a little bit more. Oh, wait a second. There's a little bit more like bonus stuff. Actually, no, Waiting for the Flood. Okay, I am very confused about what's going on here because there's bonus material. And what Alexis Hall did was he went back and wrote footnotes for these two works. So the Chasing the Light is about 200 pages. And so the book as a whole, without the bonus material, is 290 pages. So I guess that means I am halfway through. That's confusing. Anyway, but Chasing the Light is still longer than Waiting for the Flood. Okay, so that is that. Those are my reading goals for today, is to get, I'm going to concentrate on this one because it is due tomorrow. And then this one, because it's due on Thursday. I don't know if I'll read this one because I know I can get it done by Thursday, even if I don't read it today. So I might just stick with my Rena Kent momentum and read God of Fury, or I might stick with my Alexis Hall momentum and finish Waiting for the Flood, which also isn't due right away, but I do want to get it finished. So that's the plan, is just to read today. And I thought maybe do some cleaning here and there. I need to take an Instagram picture for Weaponized by Kelly Kilburn, which is being released on Tuesday. That was one of my Harlequin advanced reader copies, and I really, really liked it a lot. So I want to make sure that I post it tomorrow to like help the hype train, because I think it's a good book, and it's her first book. And yeah, I really liked it. So Weaponized, it's a college mafia romance, but which is like, that's what the Legacy of God series is by Rena Kent. I think Weaponized is a little less, I mean, it's pretty unhinged, but I think it's a little, the emotions seem a little more grounded, and it's still kind of melodramatic and everything, but I feel like it's just, I just liked it better. It was, like I said, the emotions seem a little more grounded and not quite as unhinged, but, and the part where the people are unhinged and make weird decisions kind of makes more sense. I think it's more, you get more of a sense of those characters and why they're doing the things they are. In Weaponized, I think she does a good job of showing rather than telling. Anyway, I liked it. So if you like, and it's spicy, so if you like a spicy college mafia romance, you might enjoy it. It's only available on as an ebook. I think it's $4.99 US. Anyway, would recommend. 5 out of 5. Okay, so let's go ahead and do another sprint. It's 10:30, so let's sprint until 11, and I'm going to get in on Savage Hearts, and I'm going to turn on one of these lights, so hopefully it doesn't blast your eyeballs. I'm going to go ahead and put the radio station link on screen, but I won't be listening to it because I can't really listen to the radio and read at the same time. It's just not easy for me. So we are sprinting until oh, phooey. Paste. There we go. And I'm going to mute myself, and I'll see you at 11. Okay, it's the top of the hour. It's gotten darker. Well, I'm just gonna be lopsided with light for a second and catch up on some comments. I hope everybody had a nice sprint. Lisa joined us, the Lost Coffee Mug, saying, "Good morning. I was in a meeting and got out of it and glad I could join." Glad you could as well. And Emily Lost in the Library said, "Hey, Sock, I'm working, but thought I'd hop in on the chat. Good luck with your sprints." Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Hang on a second. I'm going to do something about this shadow. Just a little. That didn't really make that much difference. Something to do during the next sprint. Okay, so I have been enjoying Savage Hearts. Oh, Anna has something to say. I worked on getting through some of Hidden Pictures. After I finish this one, I'll grab one of my romances. Nice. I'm looking forward to finding out what it is. I finished Hidden Pictures a while ago, so. And Lisa's greeting Emily Lost in the Library, and Emily is greeting Lisa. Everybody's greeting each other. I love to see it. And so I've been reading Savage Hearts. And the banter between the two sisters, it's got our FMC is, what's her name again? Riley. Our FMC Riley, her sister Sloane was the female main character in the second book. What was it called? Carnal Urges. And now this is Riley is her younger, I guess, sister. And so this is her story. And right now the sisters are having some fun banter. I'm really enjoying that relationship because they were estranged for a while. So not exactly estranged, but yeah, it's a gray area. So I'm enjoying that. And during that half hour, I didn't read as much as I normally would in a half an hour. Oh, I guess I did. Yeah, I read about 50 pages. Here's a fun thing. I'm participating in various library center reading programs for adults. And Durham Public Library, this is the Durham in Connecticut, not the big one in North Carolina, has a bingo, as does Russell Library in Middletown. Again, the one in Connecticut. There are lots of Middletowns around the country. This is the one in Connecticut. And these are bingo. And you can see I've got some stuff checked off. And same with this one. And if anybody wants to know what I've already read, just ask and I will tell. I'll tell you what the prompts were and how I fulfilled them. Windsor Locks Public Library, which is the one where I get all these great dark romances. Their summer reading program for adults is just like you fill in. Each one of these squares represents an hour of reading, and then you fill it in, and every 4 squares gets you a ticket, a drawing ticket for some kind of raffle. I'm not sure what the prizes are. I'm just doing it. And on the back, they do have space for you to write best books you read this summer and worst books you read this summer. Optimistically, they have a lot more space for best books than they do for worst books. Anyway, as you can see, I filled in quite a few squares already, and I've subdivided them into 4s because I don't always read a full hour at a time, and this way I can keep track of it 15 minutes at a time. Oh, there's another comment. How many library books do you have to finish before they're due back? Okay, this one, God of Wrath by Rena Kentz, is due tomorrow. I've already finished that. I read it last night, or yesterday and last night. And Savage Hearts by J.T. Geisinger, which I was reading during the sprint, is also due tomorrow. I just dropped something. It was my candle lighter. Swept Away by Beth O'Leary is due on Thursday. And those are the ones that are due most immediately. I think that can't be renewed. We'll see if there's more. And I also was going to, once I'm done with those, I'm about a little more than halfway through Waiting for the Flood by Alexis Hall, which I'm not sure when it's due, but, you know, I'd like to get it read. It might be due on Wednesday or the next Wednesday. I'm not sure, but I already started it before I realized I was going to have to return those other books as quickly as I do. And I also have God of Fury, which got renewed, but I've got some unhinged Legacy of Gods momentum from a God of Wrath. So I was thinking I might dive into this one. But right now, so I have basically 2 books that are due tomorrow, one of which I've already read, and a book that's due on Thursday, as far as I know. And I also want to go through these and maybe even try to read this one so that before I return these 2 that are due tomorrow, I can do a bargain counter argument after hours, because these are all like spicy dark romances plus weaponized that I was talking about a little bit earlier. It's an e-arc I got from Harlequin. It's a spicy mafia college romance, which I really liked a lot. So I might do a bargain counter argument after hours about those books. So I'll try to get this one so I can fit it in, but if I don't, I'll still have 3 books to talk about at least. Okay. And Wyoming says, yes, what did you read? Oh, well, first I need to color in a couple of these quarters because I just read for half an hour. So I'm going to color those in with my special metallic purple. Although I don't know how metallic it really is, but it's a purple brush pen that I found at Dollar Tree. And so we're just going to color that in before I forget. Okay. Okay, now that square is complete. And Lisa says, yes, tell us what you read for your bingo card. Got all these books and papers. Emily says, so fun. Your library summer reading challenges are neat. Our adult challenge is to read 5 books. Once you do, you're entered to win a raffle. Well, that's kind of what Windsor Locks is doing. And I kind of get a chance every once in a while to chat with one of the librarians up there. And she was saying that they do have something more elaborate for kids, but she says they're not doing a bingo card for the summer. They're doing she says, we do a winter reading program for adults. And she says, that's kind of when we break out the bingo cards. So looking forward to that. What was the name of the book that you really liked that was an arc, says Lisa. It's coming out tomorrow is the release date. It's the first book. I think it's the first published book by this author at all. So it's her debut release date. And I'm weaponized by Kelly Kilburn. It's only available electronically. It's being published by Harlequin, but not as part of one of their series. I mean, it's the first book of the author is starting a series called Heirs of the Organized. It's the first book. But it's not like it's not Harlequin Presents. It's not Harlequin Intrigue. So yeah, it's available only as an e-arc. I believe it's $4.99 US on Amazon or Harlequin or wherever books are sold. And Emily says the kids challenge is a bit more involved and they get to pick out a free book when they hit their goal, which I love. Ooh, me too. And yeah, nice. So yeah, I do need to take my picture of Weaponized for Instagram because like I said, I want to post it tomorrow because that is her first ever release date. Okay, so this is the one from Durham. Again, Durham, Connecticut, not the one in North Carolina. So it's a smaller library, a lot smaller. And the bingos I've already done is participate in a library program. Well, this one has some activities on it. So participate in a library program while I'm doing this summer reading program. Read a book set in another country. I checked that off, I believe, back when I read the Italy book, the book I read for Italy, for those of you participating in B, Mama Needs to Read Romance, Armchair Traveling. Oh, speaking of that, I need to remember, I have a cork board with a map on it for the US and Canada. And I was going to put pins for the locations of where people read books, and not just people who are participating in B's thing, but just anybody in general who wants to tell me what they've read that's set in Canada or the United States. Anyway, so it was my Italy book, Forbidden Rapture by Violet Winspear. I'm still reading the French book. I haven't started the Spain book or the Canada book yet. I'm a little behind because I had library books to deal with. I make it sound like it was a chore. It's not. It's really not. Okay. make a craft. I'm going to add more stuff to this. I decoupaged. I was originally going to paint a map on there, and then I just decided to decoupage the map instead, because I don't have a very steady hand when it comes to manipulating a brush. I'm going to add more stuff to this. I'm probably going to put in some like state and provincial flowers on here somewhere, stuff like that. Anyway, that was my craft. I'm not done with it, but I'm working on it. Read an ebook. Well, I read Weaponized by Kelly Kilburn and a couple of other Harlequin titles. King, Enemy, Husband, Harlequin Presents by Jackie Ashenden, and Dark Matter Investigation by Katie Metner, which is Harlequin Intrigue, and The Cowboy's English Lady by Aurori Robinson, which is Harlequin Historical. And I actually have my thoughts on all 4 of those books in a video I posted yesterday. And it's chapterized, so you don't have to watch the whole thing. You can just skip to whichever book you're interested in. Find out more about it. Let's see. I read the summaries and everything like that. Read a new book. I read books that haven't even been released yet, so I feel pretty okay about that. I also read Never Flinch by Stephen King, which I believe Wyoming Wells also read. It was good. I liked it. Holly Gibney is just the bomb. I love her. Well, I probably should say that she's the bomb. She's cool. I like Holly. Follow the library on social media. I already do that. In fact, they follow me back. Ooh, yeah. And visit another library. Well, yes. When I told my mom that was on there, she's like, Sock, however will you manage to do that? And then this is the one for Russell. And I have, it says sign up for the Russell Library newsletter. I actually already am signed up for that. I wasn't going to unsubscribe and resubscribe. Ask about our 150th birthday. I've actually already talked to a couple of librarians about that, because they just recently, I got a free book actually for the 150th anniversary. It was the 150th anniversary of the day that they literally opened. It was back in April, and they had a party and they gave away books, and it was cool. And so I've talked to them, and so all year on social media, they're doing like 150 different ways to use the library. So I actually made a couple of suggestions. I don't know if they'll take me up on that, but there, instead of free space, they have a library card. Done and done. A book published in 2025. I have several of those. Never Flinch, the books I read for Harlequin. I have done a couple of others that are new. I don't remember off the top of my head what they were, but I have done it. And share one of our social media posts. Done. Character-driven story. I would say that actually, I've read several of those, but I would say actually King, Enemy, Husband by Jackie Ashenden, this is the Harlequin Presents I read, is a really, really good character-driven study. Like, in fact, the male main character and the female main character, the main couple, the only couple, are the only people in the book that actually have spoken dialogue. And I keep bringing this up because I just think it's such an interesting choice she made, and I think she executed it very well. So I would say it's very character-driven. And a New York Times bestseller, which, again, Never Flinch, which I see Wyoming says she really enjoyed it as well. And so that's what I have so far. I haven't, if you want to know what the other prompts are, let me know. Maybe I'll do that after the next sprint, give us a reason to come back. I haven't done anything with this besides decoupage it. It's been a long time since I've decoupaged anything, so I'm out of practice. And like I said, I'm still working on it because I want to add more stuff. But I'm excited to be here, says B. B, did you catch what I was saying? I did the cork board. Instead of painting the map on there, I just decoupaged it. And I'm going to add more stuff, like state flowers, provincial flowers, stuff like that. And the idea is, as people read books and I find out where they were set, I will put pins in here. And I'm not, it's going to be anybody who wants to share. It doesn't have to be people who are specifically participating in B's summer reading program. I'm so excited, says B. This is going to be incredible. I think I'm probably going to have a lot of push pins on this. I need to find some. I know I have some around the house. And actually, I actually didn't find this at a thrift store. I bought it from Amazon. It wasn't terribly expensive. It's really lightweight, which is good because I plan to hold it up. And it came with some twine and little clothespins, and it came with some push pins as well. So I do have a start there. You're so whoopsie, you're so creative, says B. I love it so much. Thank you. Wyoming is greeting B. And Mama needs to read romances. I bet you could find some cute teeny push pins online. I could do that. I have some around. I just don't know if I have enough, depending on how many pins I need. I may have to just get some from I could get them from Dollar General or Dollar Tree. That's not a problem. I don't want to get too elaborate. And Wyoming says, hi, Wyoming, barkity bark to silly. Yes, I was explaining how most of my stuffed dogs are downstairs. So I'll have to pick one up at some point and bring her upstairs. Anna says, I'll be heading to the store soon as my cats are demanding treats. Well, you don't want to deprive them of treats. I hope I don't miss too awful much. Probably not. I'm going to be doing another sprint. I plan to finish one book and make progress in the others today at the very least. I love that. I love that for you. Yes, so yes, make sure that the kitties have treats. I need to also talk to my mom about what we're going to do about lunch, because it's getting on toward 11. Well, it's about 11:15, not too late, but we got to figure that. Ana says it would be really fun to track book locations. Well, I can already put a pin in the New Jersey near Philadelphia for Hidden Pictures, because you're reading it and I read it, so I can do that. I don't know. Most of these books I have, I think, take place in the UK. And this one, they go to a secret location. She doesn't know where they're going. She just goes because they're in the mob. So they have to keep their locations kind of on the down low. Do people still say on the down low? I don't know. Okay, so what I think I'm going to do during the next sprint is talk to my mom about lunch, unless she's watching and wants to leave a comment, and find some push pins, and we can get cracking on that. The 2 romances I'm reading are in the US. Nice. Well, this is the US and Canada, and I was going to get a little more specific than just what state they're, than what country, but like actually like their state or territory. I don't have Puerto Rico on here, or the South Pacific territories that we have for now. Let's see. They do say down low, but they just keep it on the down low. B, you are bringing the heat. If you want to join me on camera, let me know. Anybody who wants to join me on camera, you can DM me on Discord or Instagram. I have those tabs open in another. I have the tabs open in another tab. I have those tabs open, so if somebody does DM me, I will know, and I will send them the invite code. So yeah, so I think I want to do another sprint, and I think I'm going to push it a little bit longer this time, maybe, unless people have a preference for a half an hour. I think I might go 40 minutes just to get us right up to the top of the hour, or do people rather have the half hour? Thoughts, comments? Oh, somebody did leave a comment. Mama says, you're so sweet. I wish I could join, but we're on vacation right now and the little people are omnipresent. LOL. I'm so happy I got to join in the chat. Okay, I hope you you can stick around or come back. I'm planning to do this for a while today. I don't know specifically how long, until, like, you know, unless I get a headache or something, but so far so good. Let's do half hour. Okay, Lisa prefers a half hour, so does B. Anus is half hour, so I have more time to get home. What was a half an hour or to the top of the hour, which would have been more like 40 minutes. But we'll go with a half an hour. And if you're not home, well, uh, like I said, I'm planning to do this off and on. I mean, not off and on all day, sprints during the day. Okay, so we're going to go for a half an hour, which will take us up to 10 minutes to the hour. So sprinting until 00:15, up 00:50. No matter what, Celine, I will be here, says Wyoming. Barkity, barkity. When I go down to talk to my mom about lunch, I'll grab a puppy. Sprinting until 11:50. I mean, until, yeah, 11:50 for me. 10 minutes to noon, that's where I am. So, and there's the radio station again, and I'm going to mute myself, and I'll see you in half an hour. Okay, it's been half an hour. And let's see. Okay, it's been half an hour. Oops. I'm getting echo. I was having some trouble with having like a black screen when I should have been on camera, and I was trying to sort it out, and I needed to see what you were seeing. So I had YouTube open with the stream up, and then I forgot to close it. It's closed now. Okay, let's see. I've got two different pairs of reading glasses here because these are for reading books and these are for reading the screen. And B said, oh, I love that the pup gets a tiara. That would be this pup here, Joan. She gets a tiara, but it's not really suited to her head. Anyway, she's Joan. She has a bunny in her pocket, and her full name is Joni Joan Joan, the dog with Joan in her name. But she mostly goes by Joan. And also her mini me, Susan. So, barkity, 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 barkity. Okay, so now I have my little stuffed pups with me. And Emily wants to know how the vacation is going for B. Yeah, she posted a video this morning, I think, of her tour of the library at the B&B where she's staying, which is like a take a book, leave a book situation. I haven't watched the whole thing yet because it's on the longer side. So I'm going to watch it later today when I'm winding down for the day. She is adorable, says Lisa. And B says, thanks so much for asking, Emily. We're having a lovely time in the mountains, doing lots of swimming and having a fun time in a legit small town. In a legit small town 4th of July. It was like out of a Hallmark movie. I hid under the covers because I do not like fireworks. And they were going on for a really long time because we had the municipal fireworks, but we also have some people in the neighborhood who they put off fireworks at any excuse whatsoever. So, they lost their minds for the 4th. Yeah, the video took 12 hours to upload. The internet here is the best, LOL. 12 hours. Wow. I think one time I was uploading a video, it was like the middle of a weekday or something like that, and it took a good long while. It took I think the longest I've ever had to wait was like an hour. I need to get Silly a tiara. I know she will wear it. Princess Silly. I'm with you in the fireworks. The poor dogs here have not had good days. You know who else? People with PTSD. I have PTSD. There are a lot of veterans with PTSD, and they're like, must you? Must you? Please get Silly a tiara and share pics, says B. Yeah, definitely. It is a thing that must happen. She is a very small dog, so maybe if you go to Amazon or just Google puppy tiara or baby tiara, you might find one that fits her okay. You're out there living my Hallmark movie dream, says Emily. Glad you're having a nice time. Yeah, it sounds very wholesome indeed. Okay, well, I read for 15 minutes, so because I had to go downstairs and we're having leftovers for lunch. We had penne, vodka sauce, and meatballs the other day, and that's what we're going to do today. Anyway, so I only read for 15 minutes, so I colored in a quarter of a square. But I'm moving right along. This has a lot of short chapters, so there's a lot of like blank pages. So I'm actually on page 102. I started on page 16, not for this 15 minutes that I just did, but 45 minutes. Yeah, that's total. Let's see. B says, thanks so much, Emily. I know you and I are big time Hallmark movie buffs. We need to compare notes this fall holiday season. I saw something, excuse me. I used Roku for streaming, and when they have programming ads and things like that. They had a little programming note at the top of the home screen that was like that Hallmark is doing their Christmas movies. It's like Christmas in July with Hallmark. So She is small, says Wyoming, but she does have a fat head. It's not a fat head, it's a big brain. It's because she reads those Joanna Lindsey books and then she looks up because she wants to know the actual historical context. Let me see if I can turn this off. Okay, that's a little better. I just like the lighting is uneven and it's kind of driving me nuts. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, she reads the Joanna Lindsey book and then she like, what is the real history behind this? And then she looks that up and she gets a big head because she's constantly putting knowledge into her brain. And dog brains are not like human brains. They actually get bigger the more knowledge they acquire. These are very true facts. Anyway, so like I said, I did another one of these. And the next sprint's probably going to be on the longer side because I want to have some lunch and I don't want to rush. So if you want, because it's almost noon where I leave, and most definitely be, and yes, Sock, it's Christmas in July this month. I've been watching, says Emily. She knows what's what. Yay for Christmas in July, says B. Nice. Anyway, like I said, I can go over some of the squares that I haven't filled yet on my bingos if people are interested in, or I found my push pins. This is the little packet that came with the cork board. As you can see, it has, like I said, I did not lie. There's twine, so you can stretch that across and then attach the little clothespins with pictures or whatever. And there are also some push pins. And I found smaller push pins. I have a little Altoid tin that had paper clips and push pins. I took the paper clips out because they were kind of getting in the way. I have some push pins. I may end up having to go to Dollar Tree or Dollar General to get more, but what's for lunch, says Wyoming. Yeah, we had this, I think the day before yesterday, we had penne pasta with vodka sauce and meatballs. We had a salad the other day, but we're out of salad stuff. So we're just like going to put, well, we're almost out of parsley. It's like we're going to put parsley on the top of it. We don't have a whole lot of that. I don't know what we're going to do about a vegetable. Probably defer that decision until later today and just have the penne and meatballs for now, or we might skip vegetable. We did have fruit at breakfast. Anyway, so yes, I have my little, well, I can't really show it because it'll just spill all over the floor, but I have multicolored tiny little push pins. So yeah, that's what's for lunch. You can never have too many cute clothespins. Gwen's here. Hi, Gwen. They sent you your own murder board. Well, the thing is that the twine is just like beige. I think if you want to have a murder board, I think you need multicolors of string, especially red because it really pops on camera. But yeah, I have a murder board. I'll be having a salad for lunch, says Lisa. Yeah, we ate all of our salad stuff and nobody's been to a salad store. It's just a salad store, a store where they have fresh produce. Here is the murder board or the reading board. Again, I'm going to add more stuff to it, but this is the start. So I thought I could get cracking on the pins. So we already have, I think Anna's probably still at the store, but we already have Hidden Pictures, which takes place right outside Philadelphia, in a suburb of Philadelphia that is actually in New Jersey. So there we go. I don't know if you can see, I put in a little yellow push pin. And this book started in one location and then they're moving to another. But I'm going to do that after lunch. So, well, actually, I'll do it now. They started in let's see, they started in San Francisco. And they went out of the US for a little while, and now they're in Boston. And let's see, these other books did not take place in the US. Let's see, I'm reading Happy Place, set in Maine. Is it any specific location in Maine? Or should I just put it in the middle of the state? Anybody else want to check in? Never Flinch took place in a fictitious town, city in Ohio on the Lake, Buckeye City, and I read that, and also Wyoming, so I put in a pin for that. And I'll put in one for Maine if, like I said, if there's a specific place, if it's on the coast, in the middle of the state, whatever, let me know. Anybody else want to check in? Knott's Harbor, so coastal. I'm guessing it's a fictitious town. Coastal Maine. I'll just set it over here. Okay. I'm just grabbing pins. I'm not paying attention. I'm not really showing up too much. But we have San Francisco, Boston, coastal Maine, Ohio on the Lake, and suburban Philadelphia, New Jersey. But it's fictional. Okay, yeah, I figured it was a fictional place, but I did put it on the coast, so that narrowed it down a little bit. So that's what I have so far. If anybody has any Canada from last week, I haven't read my Canada book yet, but it is set in the Queen Charlotte's, so which is, I believe, off the which is coast islands off the coast of British Columbia, I want to say. I'll look it up before I start sticking pins. Well, I'll read the book before I start sticking pins. Okay. I'm dropping stuff, so. Okay. So like I said, I think for lunch, I'm going to take a longer sprint so that I don't have to rush through lunch. Like 45 minutes, maybe even an hour. Trying to think, 45 minutes, at least 45 minutes. So in the meantime, does anybody want to do anything fun? Like I said, I can share the some of the prompts that I haven't done yet and my plans for doing that, or I can do that after lunch because I am getting a little bit peckish. Share, please, says Lisa. Okay, let's take a look at. This is the one for Middletown. I'll do this one for Middletown, Connecticut, and then after lunch we'll do Durham. Share one, then lunch. Yeah, perfect. Great minds think alike, Lisa. Yeah, because that way it'll be a cliffhanger. Okay, one is a childhood favorite. I will probably reread one of the Oz books, either Ozma of Oz or the Wonderful Wizard of Oz. Not the first one, but the fourth, I think that is. But probably Ozma. Okay, a book chosen solely on its cover or by its cover. I don't know, you know, I'm just going to have to like go into a bookstore or a library or something like that and just see what strikes my fancy. A book recommended to you by a librarian. Well, that's interesting because my mother is a librarian. I mean, she's retired now, but she's a librarian. And I was going to ask her to pick my TBR from the books that I have in the house at some point. So that, but that's not really a recommendation because she hasn't read most of them. But I mean, there are librarians I can talk to. I'll see what they have to say. Includes Latin American history. I could read 100 Years of Solitude. I could read the Canto General by Pablo Neruda. I could read a Latin America history book. I could read fiction. There's a lot of different directions I could go on that one. If anybody has any recs for books that include Latin American history, I think that would include like historical romance or historical fiction that takes place in Latin America. Read a book in the courtyard. Okay, Russell Library in Middletown has a really cute courtyard with like tables and benches and things. And I was actually, when I saw that, I thought, well, you know what I could do is I could actually film a video in the courtyard. And I mentioned that to the librarian and she was like, yes, that would be very cool. That would be a great place to film. Read a book that starts with R. Oh, I have that over here. Give me a second. I'm going to get that off the shelf. And we're back. Role Playing by Kathy Yardley. And this is about an older woman. This is one of those where they put library stickers on top of some of the text on the back, but it's a woman who is a grumpy 48-year-old hermit, but when her college-age son makes her a deal, he'll be more social if she does the same. She can't refuse. So she joins a new online gaming guild led by a friendly healer named Otter. So that nobody gets the wrong idea, she calls herself Bog Witch. I don't know. I think some people would find that appealing. There's someone out there for everyone. Otter is Aiden, a 50-year-old optimist using the guild as an emotional outlet from his family drama, caring for his aging mother while his brother plays house with Aiden's ex-fiancée. So we've got a 48-year-old woman and a 50-year-old dude, and some kind of online role-playing game. And apparently they just get together, and he just is like, he looks like the kind of guy who goes to Pride and wears a shirt that says like free dad hugs. I don't know if he's actually a dad, but he would, so that people who are estranged from their dads can get free dad hug. That's the energy I'm getting. So that's my book that starts with R. It's R because it's Russell Library. So go to a crafternoon. Apparently they have crafternoons. I don't know that that's really my thing. Let's just go there and stand around awkwardly for 15 minutes and leave just so I can check off something on a bingo. That doesn't sound healthy for me or the people who are actually there to legit do crafts. I'll have to find out more about it and see what it is. Tell a librarian about your favorite artwork. I'd have to think of what my favorite artwork is. Richard Scarry's Busy Town. A 700s nonfiction book. So 700s is art and entertainment history. So, something about movies, music, sports, television, painting, sculpture, etc. Lots of good books in that section of the library. Okay, a book related to art. I think this is like they're trying to get you to try different things at the library. So, and an alliterative title. So I don't know. I'll look around my stuff to see what I have. I'll look at my library books. I feel like I should maybe fulfill these using library books, but I'm not sure. I'll look to see what I have out from the library right now to see if I do have an alliterative title. A banned or challenged book. Now that's surprisingly easy or unsurprisingly easy. I don't have a specific plan for that, but I would come up with something. A book that intimidates you. Well, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if I want to be intimidated. Summer is a time for me to be lazy, as is spring, fall, winter. Yeah. And a plot-driven story. Okay, sure, you bet. Why not? I'm trying to think. I'll just have to read a book and find out how plot-driven it is. I'm sure I will read one. And like I already did the one that was a character-driven story. Like I said, I kind of checked that off. I'll see what happens. And the next time I read a book and think, wow, there's a lot going on here. There's a lot of stuff that's happening. And I'll just check that off. Listen to an episode of the Russell Libraries podcast. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think those are very long. I'll have to find one and see what they're about. A book with non-human characters. If I read one of the Oz books, a lot of non-human characters in that. A character that is an immigrant. Well, if I read the one where Emerald City of Oz, which is when Dorothy brings Auntie Em and Uncle Henry to live with her in the Emerald City, they're immigrants to Oz, as is Dorothy, as is the wizard. And a book that challenges your viewpoint. Okay. I have some nonfiction books out that might do that. I don't know if I really want to be challenged right now. We'll see. So that's that. Oops, somebody left a comment. There we go. Any mystery is going to be plot driven, says Gwen. This is very true, and I have at least a couple of thrillers on there. Like I said, the next time I read a book that I it strikes me as being like, oh yes, there's plot going on here. I'll do that. Because right now, the books I have to return that I'm reading today because of the library due dates, those are mostly romances that are much more character driven. So, but I mean, I do have books out. I'll grab one off the shelf, a couple of the thrillers that I have, and then talk about those after the sprint so that we can have something to, in case people are interested to see what I'm reading, or what I'm planning to read is more accurate. Okay, well, I'm thinking it might be time to do a 45-minute sprint so I can have some lunch in a leisurely fashion. Fortunately, we are just reheating leftovers, so that shouldn't take too long to prepare. And then I also kind of ready to refresh my drink. I'm drinking water that I added some flavoring powder to. It's the flavor is red. I think it's cherry. Mhm. Yeah, that's cherry. Because I was really paying attention when I prepared it. Let's do it, says Lisa. 45 minutes for me to have lunch, and for people who are not quite ready for lunch to get a nice stretch of time to do the thing. I'm actually going to round it. Remember, I said at least 45 minutes. I'm going to round it to 45 minutes and change so that we can start it up again at the top of the hour. My daughter's favorite flavor is red or purple, says Mama. Yes, it's never green. Okay, so I'm actually gonna do like, it'll be like 48 minutes or so because I want to go to the top of the hour. So sprinting until, let's see, where's my glasses? Sprinting until zero. Whoops, I almost put 99.99, which is how much, oh, for Pete's sake. And here's the radio station, but I won't be listening to it because I will be eating lunch. So I'm going to, oh, got to put that up here. Okay, I am going to mute myself now, and I will see you at the top of the hour. Okay, it's the top of the hour, 1 p.m. where I am, and I just had my lunch. And we did indeed have the leftover pasta with vodka sauce and meatballs. And we threw in some green peas, petit pois, some peas, just to make sure we got some kind of vegetable. I mean, we did have grapes with breakfast too, so we had fresh fruit, and this is fresh vegetable. I mean, it was frozen peas, but they were flash frozen at time of picking. So, hi everybody. Hope you had a nice long stretch there. Kristen is here. Hey, Kristen. She says you all were on early today. Yeah, it's a Monday. I don't usually do this on Monday. I just had library books that are due tomorrow, and I thought I have that to do, and I have a couple of puttering around the house type things to do, and I thought, you know what, why not make an event, an occasion of the whole thing? And so live stream out of nowhere. And Lisa says, make sure to hit that like button. Oh yes, if you're enjoying what's happening here, yeah, go ahead and hit the like button. That would be lovely. If you don't want to do that, don't. I am not the boss of you, but I certainly do appreciate it. I always, well, actually, in my last video, I forgot to do that. But I always say, like, comment, share, subscribe, or don't. I'm not the boss of you. That does not mean that I don't appreciate people who like, comment, share, and subscribe. I do, very much so. But it's just like, I don't know. Whenever I hear somebody say that on their at a video, it's like, comment, share, subscribe. You can't tell me what to do. You're not the boss of me. So I just, try to keep it mellow. We have the map corkboard. Again, I will be filling in the blank spaces with stuff because that is the nature of decoupage. No room for minimalists here. It's all maximalism all the time. But for now, it's just US and Canada. And I put some pins in. Oops. Hit something with that pin. So if anybody wants to share what books they've read that are set in the United States or Canada, let me know, and I will add pins until I run out of pins or I run out of places. And then I will get more pins and people will read more books and there will be more places. That's how that works. So far we have New Jersey, which is suburban Philadelphia, the coast of Maine, Boston, Ohio, fictitious city on the lake, and San Francisco. So, and I went over my bingos. I talked about the bingo prompts that I've already filled on my 2 libraries that are doing bingos. And then I talked about the ones I haven't done yet on this one. And we still haven't talked about the ones I haven't done on this one. So New York is one of my books. Is that the city or upstate or Long Island? We enjoyed lunch, like I said, and we still have leftovers of our leftovers. And I have some coffee because I frequently get nappy and logy after lunch and I don't want to do that today. So it's coffee with some almond milk and some syrup that is chocolate caramel flavored. Perfect. City. Okay, cool. Okay. I feel like I should get a big pin for New York City because a lot of books take place in New York City and there should be like one pin to rule them all. But for now, I'll just put in a little pin. We have a little red, sorry about that. We have a little red pin that is abutting on the pin that represents suburban Philadelphia. Okay. I'm still on Savage Hearts. I didn't get any reading done because I was eating lunch and then I was puttering around the kitchen. And then now I'm here. So the 45 minutes was a good call because I didn't feel rushed and I was able to do some clean up in the kitchen and just kind of be leisurely about striding back upstairs. I didn't have to come rushing. I grabbed some books off the shelf I was talking about this bingo, and there were a couple where I wasn't sure. One was a plot-driven story, and I was like, well, when I read one, I'll know it. And then Gwen pointed out that mysteries are plot-driven. I'm like, oh yeah, I have thrillers out from the library. So I have Across My Heart by Megan Collins, which is a thriller. It's a heart transplant story, I think. But anyway, there's some kind of thriller aspect to that. And the last one at the wedding by Jason Rekulak, which is of course A Small Village in France that the Coneheads are from. That's actually Remulac, but I always, whenever I see his name, I think that he must have gotten teased a lot when he was in junior high and high school. And he writes thrillers. Hidden Pictures is the one that Aina is currently reading, and I already read. This one's large print, so I imagine it's plot driven. And I have this one. I think it's plot driven. It's Nine Perfect Strangers. I think this has been made into a movie or a TV miniseries or something like that. It's Leanne Moriarty. Nine Perfect Strangers. Again, this is large print, so I don't know how long it really is, but I think this is probably plot driven. It's yeah, it's some kind of thing. And I saw this actually on sale at I think it was at what's the name of that store that has stuff? Ocean State Job Lot, which is kind of like they sell overstocks. And I was checking out their book collection, and they had this book on the shelf. And I decided that it sounded interesting, so I decided I'd look for it at the library before I bought it. I looked for it at the library and found it. So, and then stuck to that for some reason was this bookmark, which I believe was Nicole sent me a book in the mail. I got book mail from Nicole, which is very nice. And this bookmark got tucked in there, and I don't know how it ended up over here. But anyway, it's pretty. Check it out. We got cats on the bookcase and everything. It's nice. And it kind of has similar, kind of goes nicely with this book. And then the one that I got, another prompt was to read a book with an alliterative title. And the only one I had out from the library that was close was Vipers and Virtuosos by Savar Miller. And you have the two V's, but you also have an and in the middle. Oh, it's warm in here. It's very, very muggy and warm and gross. The dehumidifier is doing what it can, but man. So, yes, I know I should save this for bargain counter argument after hours, but so I don't know if that counts as sufficiently alliterative. I'm sure I will find something else in my travels or on my shelf that will also fit the bill. Okay, so I'm going to step away and do something about the air conditioner because I think it could be a little adjusted a bit. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Fortunately, the thermostat's right outside my bedroom door. I'm in my bedroom, so that worked out. Oh my gosh. LOL was about to say, when did this become the after hours show? I did this last Wednesday too because it has just been so humid and gross. I mean, the dehumidifier is running. Anyway, I just bumped the air conditioner, so hopefully I will be in a little bit less temperature distress in a minute. In the meantime, enjoy the semi-bare shoulder action. I mean, you can tell that I'm wearing clothes. At least there's that. Okay, so the heat with the humidity is no joke, says Lisa. It's very true. It is so very, very true. And at least this lamp that is casting so much light on this side of me, maybe I can turn it off. And now I've got too much light coming from this side. It never ends. Anyway, that is LED. The bulb is LED, or yeah, it's LED. So it's not giving off heat. So I can at least see things without contributing to the heat. Because I have another lamp that I could be using for lighting, but it does give off heat. Got my lunch, says Aina, and did some more yuck, as well as read another 2 chapters. Oh yeah. I kept meaning to mention this, Aina, but during the 10 minutes of Yuck, while I had the radio on, they did play Tiny Dancer by Elton John. So, of course, I thought about your niece. And I was like, the experiment you're going to have to run on her next time you see her. Anyway, so that's where I am on this. Now, that's not great. Of course, it doesn't help that I'm drinking a hot beverage, which isn't, triggering my, it'll make me cool overall because it'll trigger responses in my physiology, but it does. Very Human here also says, Wyoming, I think we're getting thunderstorms later. Ooh, we might be too, depending on where they're coming from, because you and I don't live that far from each other. I don't know if we're supposed to get thunderstorms. Where is my weather? My weather is 22222. Yes, whoa, what just happened? Okay, that was weird. Oh, there's a mail for me to check. Yes, we're supposed to get thunderstorms today and tomorrow. Wow, tomorrow's supposed to be 89. We are supposed to get thunderstorms. Huh. Well, it says we're supposed to get thunderstorms, but it doesn't show up on the hour-by-hour forecast. But Anna says, I actually wrote it down so I can test it. I don't know. Should I tell the people, or do you want to tell the people what this is all about with the Elton John? And Wyoming says, I'm in Red Hook, New York, not far. Yeah, because I remember you said you live not too far from Hyde Park. Let's see, where is this? Oh, yeah, you're in Dutchess County. So let's see. Whoops. Well, gee. I'm trying to. Oh, there it is. Oh, that's actually farther north than I realized. But yeah, we probably would be getting similar weather. Anna says, go ahead. I find it hilarious. Anna, oh, wait. Wyoming says, I'm 15 minutes from Hyde Park. I have friends that live there. Yeah. Nice. Okay, Anna's saying, go ahead. I find it. The whole thing about Elton John is that Anna, over the holiday weekend, had her sister and her sister's family visiting. And the youngest child, who I believe is an infant, possibly a toddler, I'm not sure how old she is, wanted to watch Moana just like all the time. And Anna said that whenever they put on The Lion King, particularly, her niece would just like flip her lid. She did not like the songs from The Lion King. And I asked, is it an Elton John thing in general? Like, would she also not like Rocket Man or Tiny Dancer or Candle in the Wind or Goodbye Yellow Brick Road? Or is it just The Lion King? And she was laughing and she says, next time she's here, next time that she's in the same room with the baby, she'll try it, or the toddler, the niece, she'll try it and see if it's all Elton John or just his work on The Lion King. She's 1 year and just started walking a couple of months ago, says Anna. So toddler, she's toddling about. And she knows she does not like the songs from The Lion King. Which is too bad because Be Prepared slaps. We have the humidity from, Gwen says, we have the humidity from Chantal, but not the rain. Oh. Yeah, I think we are supposed to get the rain, possibly even the thunderstorms. So, I am feeling a little bit less warm, but I'm not quite ready to put on my robe yet. So hopefully the sight of bare shoulders is not too offensive until I'm ready to do this. Okay. Why do the villains get all the best songs? They've got friends on the other side. That's why. I don't even know that much Disney, but I know that song. That's a great song. I got friends on the other side. So yeah, that's how they've got friends on the other side. They got hoodoo, they got voodoo, they got things you've never tried. They've got friends on the other side. So what I want to do this afternoon is get more reading done. No comment. But it's always a laugh with Sock, or sometimes it's just awkward silence with Sock, or sometimes it's just Sock talking awkwardly. Fun for you, especially if you like cringe humor. So, anyway, so yeah, I want to get more reading done this afternoon, and I do, like I said, I want to get my Instagram picture taken care of for Weaponized by Kelly Kilburn, because I like that so much, and I want to be able to promote that on Instagram. Again, this is like Harlequin Shameless Romantics. I'm not getting paid any money or anything. I'm getting ARCs. That's it for honest review. And but in that case, it's a new writer, and I want to support her, and I want to support her work because I think it was really, really good. So yeah, I want to get that picture taken. I'm not going to put this on Instagram, but I read God of Wrath by Rena Kent. I discussed this earlier, in case you missed it. And I actually had a candle to burn with it. And it's a candle. I got these candles like on a Poshmark or Mercari, one of those resale sites. And they were tie-ins, I think, with various book series that I haven't read. I got some, I think this is for ACOTAR, but I'm not sure. But it was Wrath. So I burned that while I was listening to this. This is a really nice candle. It is Wrath, and like I said, I think it is maybe ACOTAR or some sort of Sarah J. Maas thing. If anybody wants to enlighten me. I know there's a lot of glare because I have that one sliver of curtain open for the light. It smells of ozone salt and the Prince of Hell. To me, it just smells kind of, the ozone, I think, is what's giving it a kind of a rainwater smell. It's really nice. It smells like really ritzy soap for dudes, or unisex ritzy soap. It's really nice. And it doesn't tell me what the intellectual property is, but like I said, I think that's what it is. It's by Nightshade Company. It's really nice. And because it was Wrath, I burned it with Wrath, and it was a good time. Not complaining. The Princess Frog is one of my favorite movies. Tiana is very, very pretty. I like Tiana, and she's a waitress and very nice. Okay, so that is the plan. I want to get that picture taken care of and continue reading. And once more, I am on. Now I have even more library books stacked up over here than I did before because I brought them over here. Oh, there's another library book I have. It's called Don't Make Me Pull Over, The Informal History of the Family Road Trip. I just saw this on a display at the library over in East Windsor a couple of weeks ago, and I picked it up because I knew that Bee's, at that point, the road trip for Bee's staycation hadn't started yet, but I knew it was going to. So I haven't read it yet, but I will. It's by Richard Rattay. It's not very long. It is, I think it's like part memoir, part essay, part history. It's only about 260 pages long. So I'm going to read that at some point. Okay. So I think right now I'd like to do a half-an-hour sprint, and then I can talk about the prompts I haven't fulfilled yet on the Durham, Connecticut Library bingo card. I got 2 new types of treats, and my cat really likes one of them, so she's harassing me. Oh, whoa. Got too much stuff over here. Climbing all over me and purring while I'm trying to eat. She was like, how can you be eating, Mom? I want my treats. Okay, Lisa says sounds good. So half an hour. So we're going again until 50 minutes past the hour, 10 minutes to the next hour. Where I live, it will be 1:50, almost 2. So, but wherever you live, it'll be whatever it is. So we are sprinting until 0050. And there is the link for the river 105.9. Sounds good, says Ana as well. Thank you. Appreciate the validation. And I'm going to mute myself now, and I will see you in a half an hour. Oh, by the way, I'm going to be taking a picture and I'm going to have to use my computer because what I was reading was an eARC. There's no physical copy. So if you see me taking pictures of the computer, this screen will be minimized. So you won't be seeing, I won't be taking pictures of this screen or our interactions here, just so you know. Don't be alarmed. And we're back. It's been about a half an hour. It took a lot of fussing to get my picture taken. Not a picture of me, but the picture I was taking for Instagram. But it's there. I got it done. So I will post that tomorrow on my Instagram, which is a bargain counter argument. I'm pretty sure pretty much everybody here who is also on Instagram is already following me, I think. I know I see your posts and stuff. Okay, so Emily checked in because she's back. She had to hop off for a bit. It's raining here, and now all I want to do is curl up with a book. Are you in a position to do that? Or do you still have more work that you have to do first? And then I said, yay, I got one picked out yet. Let us know when the sprint is done, please. And she said, I have a whole stack. I've been reading A Victim at Valentine's by Ellie Alexander on audio. I'll finish that this afternoon. And I started Happy Place by Emily Henry last night. Were you the one that I already put the pin on the board for Happy Place, or somebody else also reading Happy Place? Anyway, the pin is there. And Victim at Valentine's. I have to let me know where that takes place. If it takes place in the US or Canada. And I'm currently eating lunch. Ooh, what's for lunch? What's for lunch? I mean, you're eating, so you probably don't want to stop and type because you want to eat. Yes, that was me. Okay, that was you. Nice. Anyway, when you get a chance to let me know what's for lunch and what you are, what is it, a Victim at Valentine's Day. Oh, my mom read a book that she enjoyed. It was, Mom Marionette read, I think it was called, oh gosh, something about a weekend murder. Huh. I was going to recommend it on her behalf. I haven't read it yet, but I want to. But now I can't remember what it was called. Huh. I think it's The Murder Weekend. The Murder Weekend by Jilly Gagnon. Gagnon? No, maybe not. No, I don't think that's it. I'll have to check with her. Sorry, I just thought of it and then didn't have anything to back that up. No, it wasn't Thursday Murder Club. It was a story that takes place at one of those murder weekends where nobody's actually killed. It's like fictitious, and there's the murder that they're studying, that they're the murder within the game, but there isn't another murder. It's just like people playing this murder role-playing game and just like what they learn about themselves and each other along the way. Next time there's a sprint, I will grab it because she has it in her stack to return to the library. I want to read it, but I don't have enough time right now because I got too much. Oh, what's it got? She just brought it here. Mom Marionette, everybody. Welcome to Murder Week by Karen Dukas. Okay, there she must be watching downstairs, which she was not earlier. Now I'm sorry I said all those terrible things about her earlier. She just went like this at me because she is a grown-up. Okay, it's Welcome to Murder Week. Welcome to Murder Week, which I'm spelling welcome incorrectly. Oh yes, Emily Lost in the Library says she's heard of that one. I'm struggling to spell it. Welcome to Murder Week by Kristen, who is in California, says, hi, Mom Marionette. Kristen D. D-U-K-E-S-S. Okay, there we go. Nice. Okay, yeah. Well, Emily says she's heard of it, and Kristen says hi. And if you want to watch the show live, look, the bed is made. Look at how tidy it is. Sorry, you guys. Unexpected guest star. Bye. Okay, well, now I don't have to go downstairs and get it during the sprint because she brought it up to me. I heard this little tapping at my door, and there she was. Cool beans. Okay, so that's what it is. Welcome to Murder Week. And I didn't even know she was watching. Because earlier I kept asking her, oh, were you watching? And she's like, no. I'm like, okay. Sometimes she watches these live streams back, like midweek motivation. If I'm out of the house and she's got a chore to do or something like that, she just wants some company. So yeah, I'm nearly done with Hidden Pictures, says Ana's Books and Budgets. Have to let me know what you think once you're done. And either here or DM. Thursday Murder Club, says Lisa. No, it was this Welcome to the Murder Week. And this series in Redwood Grove, California, fictional town in Northern California. I'm having chicken, rice, and mixed veggies for lunch. That sounds really nice. Is it just chicken? Did you put a sauce on it or anything like that, or just like chicken? It sounds good. Where are my pins? I tidied up my space and now I can't find anything. Ah, holy smokes. We got a pin for Northern California. Yeah, I'll just put it somewhere north of Sacramento. There we go. Oh my gosh. There we go. So we got a little yellow pin somewhere north of Sacramento. And Kristen says she's reading Home Before Dark by Riley Sager in Vermont, Best Served Hot in New York City, and an arc I'm not vibing with. I think it already came out. It's called My Wife, the Serial Killer. Okay. So we are in Vermont. Yeah, Home Before Dark was probably not exactly my favorite Riley Sager. And since we now have 2 books set in New York City, I am going to find I'm going to find the bigger pin. I'll do that, like if there's another book set in San Francisco along the way or whatever, I'll just like take out the smaller pins and put in a bigger one to represent that at least 2 books that people are reading take place there. So this is the one I'm taking out, one of these ones with the tiny little multicolored head, and putting in the big one. Which, of course, because it's transparent, it's harder to see, but it's there. Okay, looks like, oh, okay, and then, oh yes, I've heard of that one, said Emily, and then people greeted Mom Marionette, if she's still watching. Kristen said, hi, I believe I mentioned that when you were at the doorway. And so did Lisa. Oops. And so did Lisa. And there's where I put that. And I'm also thinking of reading in New York City too, Kristen says Emily. Well, now I have the big pin in there because I think a lot of books take place in New York. So has anybody read anything for Canada yet? I haven't gotten to my Canada. I haven't even finished with Europe. I still have 2/3 of my France book, which I've been reading. Well, I set it aside because I had all of these library books that are due. I still haven't read Spain or Canada. And I haven't actually sat down with my collection to figure out what I'm going to read for the rest of North America. But I will, just not right now. Not today. Not today. Okay, do we want to take a look at the unfilled prompts on my other bingo card? Let's do that. They're just like, it's your show, Sock. You do what you feel. Okay, read a book with a 1-word title. Okay. Kingmaker by Sophie Lark. I have that out from the library. Borrow a museum pass. Yes, most of the libraries in Connecticut have at least some museum passes that you can borrow. And some of them will actually just get you into the museum, and some of them it'll get you like half price. I was thinking of maybe going to Mystic Seaport, which is really cool, but it's expensive. Even half price is expensive. So I just started Becky Hunter. Oh, you make my heart stop. I have that as well. I think we both won this in the giveaway on Wake Up to Romance with B. And I even it's autographed. It's addressed Dear Sock. So Becky Hunter knows what's what. So yes. There we go. Back on the shelf. And Emily says, no, Lost Canada was a flop for me reading wise. I think I'm going to pick up an audiobook by Lily Chu. Most of hers are set in Toronto. I have, well, the book I've picked out, because I'm trying to fulfill all of those geographic prompts with my old vintage romance collection, category romance. So far it's all been Harlequin Presents. And for various regions in the United States, I might have to switch over to Candlelight Ecstasy Romance, which was a category line that was started in the early 80s, I think, by Vivian Stevens, who was the editor who kind of, she didn't exactly discover Beverly Jenkins, but she was like very much a mentor to her. And she started that at Dell. And that's where I'm probably going to find more US titles, because when I was, the Harlequins that I ordered in lots from eBay, the vintage Harlequins, those are mostly by non-US authors set in non-US countries. So not going to be much. I love Mystic, says Kristen. Nice. Did you go on field trips when you were a kid, or did your family take you there or something? It's fun. It's fun. It's also expensive. And this time of year, it's kind of hot and gross. So I might see if I can get a pass for the Hillstead Museum in Farmington, which I'm going up to Farmington on Wednesday, actually. But I think if they're open on Wednesdays, it's probably not until later in the day, because I'm going to be there before 9. Somebody just talked outside my window. Not today. I have enough for the rent this month. Okay. Anyway, there's also there's a museum in Lyme, and I don't know. There's lots of places I could go. Okay, so yeah, that's the situation on the bingo card. Read a book that was adapted into a movie. Well, I do have a couple of books like that on my shelf. In fact, one of them that I have is by Cami Garcia and a co-author. And not only was it adapted into a movie, but I actually have the movie tie-in edition of the book, which has like a poster. Maybe I'll read that. I have Beautiful Disaster by Jamie McGuire. That was made into a movie. Read a book recommended by a friend or a librarian. Maybe I should ask one of the librarians at Durham to recommend a book that I will check off on my Russell bingo card. And then I'll ask a librarian at Russell for a recommendation that I will check off on this. Or maybe I'll just ask from a different library. Yeah, I'm a rebel and I'll never ever be any good. Read a book published the year you were born. Well, the other day I was in a different library entirely in Berlin, Connecticut, and they had this whole display of like, read a book the year you were born, and they had these books with these little signs on them that told you when they were published. And the one for my year was Bury My Heart at Wounded Knee by Dee Brown, which is going to be a little heavier than I want to read in right now. So I'll figure something out. Borrow a DVD. Well, I did borrow a couple of DVDs for France. I borrowed Paris When It Sizzles and something else that was set in France. But I didn't end up watching either of them. Instead, I watched a French short film called La Jetée, which was from 1962. It's a very interesting piece. And it was the inspiration for the film 12 Monkeys. It came out in 99, 98, and which is one of my favorite movies. So La Jetée, I'd seen it before. I watched it again. Would recommend. Read a young adult YA book. I have plenty of those around the house. I don't have any currently checked out from the library, but you know, I can fix that. Okay, then we have a couple that I've already checked off. take a nature walk. I used to do that all the time, and I'd like to start doing that again. But it's been really hot and humid, and I don't want to like give myself heat stroke trying to fulfill a bingo. But I'm sure we'll have some milder weather before this is done with. I don't know when this closes. They're having bi-weekly drawings, so I mean, as soon as you get a bingo, I don't, you know, there's other stuff I can do to get. Perform a random act of kindness. I went to the grocery store the other day. I did not punch anybody. Let's see. Grocery stores are stressful. Explore the local history room. Well, I've done that at Durham before, and the local history room was kind of a bit of a mishmash. I looked at it and I thought, well, they could use somebody to come in here and catalog it, get like a volunteer or something. And then I was looking at the stuff. They have like scads and scads of photographs from library events from like probably the 80s and 90s, like hundreds of them. They're not labeled. You don't know who any of these people are. I don't know. That's what I got sidetracked by last time. I think I'll take another look and see what else they have, if they have older stuff in there. Borrow a lawn game or a board game. Well, I don't know who I would play a board game with, but because Mom Marionette's not really into that. What I could do is borrow a common board game, and maybe we could play it on a live stream if other people have copies of that board game. Let me know what board games you have and would be interested in playing during a live stream. Maybe I can do that. That would be fun. Just not chess. I don't know how to play chess. I don't know how to play checkers, but I understand it's not too hard to pick up. Chess intimidates me. Say hello to the library's new assistant director. I said hello to the library's new director or assistant director. I think they have new people in both positions, but I'm not sure. So I think I may have already done that, but I'm not sure. I'll check next time I'm in there and have time. Somebody has a comment. Oh, for some reason my touchpad isn't. This is totally unrelated, says Emily. This is totally unrelated is going to be the title of my memoir. But I've been wanting to try out a blind date with a book, but I don't know where to find a good seller online. I don't know. Does anybody have any recommendations? I mean, if you're okay with sharing your mailing address with me, I can hook you up. I mean, I did that for Ina. I sent her a bunch of dupes that I had, and I wrapped each one in brown paper. So she's got a whole shelf of Blind Date with a Book. They're all my dupes. So not only is it Blind Date with a Book, but it's Blind Date with a Book that we can buddy read. Read a graphic novel. I've done that, but I think the last graphic novel I read, I think I did before this started. So no trouble finding one to read. And this the state park again, that goes in with nature walk. I probably would do that separately. Go to 2 different nature walks and 2 different state parks or something like that. I frequently go to state parks for walking purposes. I haven't been doing it lately. And also, again, the weather's not particularly cooperative at the moment, but we'll have mild days at some point. LOL, says Emily. You'll be my blind date with a book dealer. I can do this. I am not afraid of this. Just I would ask for actually I could probably just go on if you have Goodreads, I could go on Goodreads to make sure I don't get something you've already read, or at least that you haven't read recently. I don't know. If you want me to, like I said, if you feel comfortable sharing your mailing address with me, you can DM me on Discord or on Instagram. On Instagram, I am Bargain Counter Argument, same as here. On Discord, I'm Soccer Marionette. We can make this happen. Okay, so that's that. So as you can see, I think I skipped over one. Listen to an audiobook. I usually don't do that, but I can be persuaded. I'll figure something out if I want to do that. Because as you can see, I have kind of scattershot. I don't have a whole lot of check marks yet. And like if I wanted to go diagonally, say hello to the new assistant director, which I may or may not have done, that is something nice to do anyway. Perform a random act of kindness. Again, not punching people at the grocery store. I feel like I should get, a medal every time I do that. Book dealer is the best dealer there is. Not the most lucrative, but yes. free space. I've already participated in a library program just by doing this, and read a book recommended by a friend or librarian. IG. I think oh, actually, I'm already on that because this book that is due on Thursday, Swept Away by Beth O'Leary, was rec to me by Abby Jean. So once I've read this, I can cross that off. And then I also had the book recommended specifically by a librarian on the Russell Library one. And so I can do that. The thing is that I think you just fill these out and then you get a ticket for a bi-weekly drawing for every time you get a bingo. I think I can pick up more. I know this one, multiple bingos. There's just like multiple bingos on this one. This one doesn't specify, but I'll ask the new assistant director. Two birds, one stone. So yeah, and then let's see. I have to do at least 3 for all of these to get bingo. And on these, I have to do at least 3 to get bingo. And again, the one from Windsor Locks is just fill out a square every time you spend an hour reading a book. And I actually mentioned this before. I divided each square into quarters because I keep reading like by the quarter hour and I don't want to lose track of what I'm doing. So speaking of, I think it might be time for another sprint. And I haven't this morning, this afternoon, because it's like after 2 o'clock. We've been at it for a while and I'm still going strong, I think. Everybody's like, I don't know, you look a little tired. I actually have only spent 45 minutes reading. I had other things to do, and I did do other things. It's not like I've just been messing around. I mean, that too. But I do want to settle down and see if I can get some more of Savage Hearts read. Some momentum going on that. So if nobody minds, let's do another half-hour sprint. Problems, comments, questions, concerns? Comment. Let's do it, says Lisa. Agreed. So it is 12 past the hour, so I'm going to round up. I need to prep for my next meeting. Oh, fine. Let's go for it, says Emily. Okay, I'm going to round up just a smidge bit because it's 12 past the hour, so I'm going to round up so we go to 45 minutes past the hour. Agreed, Lisa. Okay, so we're going to sprint until 0:45 past the hour. I'm pasting in the radio station, but again, I'm not going to be listening to it because I can't really listen to music while I read, or at least I have to listen to instrumental, like classical music or something, and I'm not going to do that. But I will put it in case anybody else wants to rock out some classic tunes. Okay, half an hour. See you then. Okay, it's been a half an hour plus a couple of minutes because I rounded up to 45 minutes past the hour. And Kristen saw me reading. What did I do with my stuff? Okay, Savage Hearts, the third book in the Queens and Monsters series by J.T. Geisinger. And she was saying that it is on her TBR this month. What do I think? I'm really, really enjoying it. I think the banter is really good. I'm enjoying the relationship between Sloane and Riley. I'm on page. I took my glasses off. That may have been a mistake. Let me turn this off. So I'm not quite as. The lighting's never going to be even. I'm on page 156 out of 386. So, 45%, 45% of the way through. I'm really, really liking it a lot. I skipped over what was the second one, Carnal Urges. I skipped over that because this was at the library, so I grabbed it. I was going to read Carnal Urges. They're all on KU as far as I know. And I was going to read that before I got into this one. But I found out yesterday that this is due tomorrow, so I decided to just go ahead and skip Carnal Urges for now, but I'm going to definitely go back and read that. So also, it's multiple points of view. It's like the female main character and the main character, but you also get viewpoints, first person viewpoints from the male main characters of the first two books. Both Cage and Declan have something to say. So I really like it. I think you'll probably like it too, because I noticed that a lot of times whenever a book comes up that we've both read, it's like both of us really liked it or maybe didn't like it as much. So we seem to have pretty aligned tastes. So I think you'll like it. Anna says, yay, finally finished that book. 1 down, 2 to go. Ooh, so what's up next? I'd like to know if you don't mind sharing. And Kristen says, cool. Yeah, I don't think you'll be disappointed. Like I said, I haven't read Carnal Urges yet, but I will. And I get to, that was a half an hour, so I get to color in a couple of quarters on this thing. So I'm finally moving right along on that. I don't think I have anything else that I need to do today other than just hang out and read. So I should have more momentum as the afternoon goes on. I'm thinking about relocating to my upstairs. Ooh, I just got purple ink on my finger. I'm thinking about relocating to my upstairs sitting room where I can sprawl out on a couch. How do people feel about going to a second location? Mm. Finish my coffee. Um, yeah, yeah. Like I said, thinking of going to a second location. Because I mean, I'm kind of sprawled out on this chair. It has a nice matching ottoman, but I think I could sprawl even more comfortably in the sitting room. Let's go, travel time. I think I'll wait and go unless you guys want to travel with me. I can always wait until the sprint. Field trip. Okay, we'll do the field trip now. I will go lay the groundwork. So a talk amongst yourselves. Traveling readers. There's a place called Travelers Cafe here in Connecticut. It's up in the northeast corner of the state, almost to the Massachusetts border in Union. And they have books and they have food. And if you eat there, you can get a free book. Or they also have books for sale that you can buy. They're all used. I am torn between mafia or cowboy. Well, I'm in my mafia era with this book. Okay, I am going to go open a couple of doors and do a couple of things and then field trip. So talk amongst yourselves. Time for some traveling. Ooh. Okay. Oh boy. I'm trying to plug in my computer and okay. I was afraid I'd inadvertently moon everybody. So I'm in my sitting room. I have my heavy curtains closed in here. That's artificial light. As you can see, it's always a tough sell here. Getting both me and the food tree in the same shot. Anyway, I left my glasses in the other room, didn't I? Well, Wyoming says I can never turn down a cowboy. Either way, there's going to be a trigger involved. A little Roy Rogers humor for you. Hold on to your books, everyone, and keep all hands inside the vehicle. Important safety tips from Lisa and Kristen. Seatbelts on, she reminds people. And then she laughs. And then Gwen says, good thing no one got airsick. Well, maybe they did, but they don't want to like bum everybody out by saying so. So I have relocated to this room. Yeah, but this isn't, I'm going to be in here, sprawled out on the couch and whatnot, but I need to fuss with the lighting some because I just do. Meanwhile, here's the food tree. The food tree, that was my mom's idea. That was Mom Marionette's idea. Because I said that I got these two trees just early mid-December of last year. And I was like, I think I'm going to leave them up year round. And I originally just had them both decorated as Christmas trees. And I had gotten all of these ornaments from Joanne, RIP. And she said, well, you have so many food ornaments now. Why don't you just make a food tree? So I did. And it's been a food tree since a couple of weeks after Christmas. And I like it. Look, I even have a little charcuterie platter. It looks like a fascinator you'd wear to the Kentucky Derby. Somebody must have worn a charcuterie fascinator to the Kentucky Derby at some point. I love that tree, says Lisa. Thank you. I do too. I just haven't been spending too much time in here. I was doing a lot of stuff in my bedroom, cleaning and organizing stuff. So this room was kind of getting treated as just like a really big closet. I actually did do several, I think it's been 2 or 3 months ago, I filmed a tour of this room with an emphasis really on the books. And this is also where my DVDs are because this is where my bigger television is. I have a smaller one in my bedroom that I put away when I'm not, I bring it out at night and I put it away when I'm not, during the day. But anyway, so I organized my DVDs on camera and I did this tour. And the DVD organization is still solid, but the tour is seriously outdated. So I need to do some more framing clips for the DVD section. So post that at some point. Half hour on the treadmill, says Kristen, that you already did or you're going to do, or, but anyway, cool. Or warm, as the case may be. Very impressive. Nice. Yeah. So I think during the next sprint when we start, I got to go get my glasses and my book because I just moved the computer and the table it was on, but not the other stuff. So my hair is just trying to make a desperate escape from the bun. I have a bun up here and then loose down below, and it's done, says Kristen. Very nice, very nice. And Gwen says, since when do we need a fancy name for a cheese plate? Well, it is a fancy cheese plate. But charcuterie is not really accurate if you're speaking French. I think charcuterie just means like meat. I don't think it includes the cheese. But yeah, it's a cheese plate, but this has also got some, I don't know. This actually doesn't have any meat on it. It is a cheese and fruit plate, and I think there's some veggie straws, like, I don't know, crudité. Off to the meeting I go. Well, have fun with that, and we'll still be here when you get back, unless you're going to be in the meeting for like 4 hours or something like that, which if you are, you should probably complain to OSHA because that can't be legal. And yeah. So yeah, we are in the sitting room. And like I said, I have my heavy duty curtains closed because it this room, this whole side of the house catches a lot of light in the morning. And so I just have these heavy curtains closed to help keep it cool in here. And it is nice and cool. Not gonna lie about that. So I think I'll start another sprint and then I'll can go get I think I want a cold beverage now that I've finished my coffee. So I'm gonna get a cold beverage and get my book, my glasses, and so on. So yeah, let's do that. If that's okay with everyone. It looks like it is because I don't have my glasses. It looks like it's almost the top of the hour. So I think I want to do a 35-minute sprint just so I have time to get my drink and my other stuff set up. And then I can do a full half hour of reading. So 35 minutes of sprinting. Yes, nice. Okay, so we are, wait, where am I? What is wrong? Okay, streaming until 00:35, so 35 minutes past the hour, 25 minutes to the top of the next hour. Again, I'm putting the radio station in here in case anybody wants to rock out with some with the River 105.9 hits of the 70s, 80s, and 90s, but I am not going to be doing that myself this time because reading. Okay, see you in about a half an hour. Okay, it's been another half hour, so we're back. And it says, let's see. Wyoming said, my. I guess that was in reference to the traveling. And Lisa says, and I am back. Well, that was a quick meeting. I hope it wasn't quick because it was just like, bad or something. And let's see. I finally have caught up with Discord, and Ina sent me a picture of her cat begging for treats and said, this is the nonsense that I am dealing with. That's not nonsense. That's adorable is what that is. And okie dokie. Ooh, cool beans. Okay, so yeah, sorry, I got distracted. So I read for a full half hour, so that means I can get out and fill in two quarters. Let's see what we got here. Woohoo! Ah, so satisfying. And I am now over halfway through that book. Savage Hearts by J.T. Geisinger. Really, really liking it. So I am now on page 209 out of 389. So I still have about 180 pages to go. So I'm zipping right along. How's everybody else doing? I had to show the tree instead of me while I was reading because the light was too bright. My reading light was too bright, so I didn't see any need to blind people. So I just gave you the food tree. And my hair is just like, stop that. And while I was over there, the light was hitting my clock so strongly that I could see how grubby it is. So I'm going to take a moment to clean that up. Okay, and Kristen says 20% into Home Before Dark. Nice. How are you liking it so far? Trying to, there we go. Spritz a little cleaner on this filthy, filthy clock. Just clean the whole thing while I'm at it. This is exciting content. This is like clean with sock or clean with socks. A little scratch on that. I should be doing this to my nightstand, but it's in the other room and I don't feel like going back in there for now. So let's see. Okay, that's nice and clean. That won't bother me. Do something about my glasses while I'm at it. And yeah, so we've got some people I know who are at work, can't just drop everything and participate, or who maybe don't feel like participating, just feel like having some folks to keep them company. Let's see. I got another drink. I put this is water with a flavor packet in it, and the flavor packet is lime and cucumber, which is really, really good, really refreshing. And when I saw that it was lime and cucumber, I was skeptical because I thought the lime would probably overpower the cucumber, but it doesn't. I can still taste the cucumber as well. Kristen says, the mom is in total denial and the FMC is another brat. This is my third book that they're entitled. This is, yeah, I just, like I said, Home Before Dark didn't particularly work for me, but that's just me. Yeah. Your third book of any kind, like in a row, or your third Riley Sager book where you found the characters to be too entitled, do share. Wyoming says, I have a glass of fresh brewed tea and with an orange mint in it from my garden. Ooh, your garden has eggs and mint and venison apparently. Although I'm guessing that probably didn't come from your garden. I don't know. Deer wander through my yard all the time. Sometimes they use my driveway. Third book in a row this month. Ugh, that's irritating. Annoying. You know what? You're entitled to better characters. Anyway. So this is what my thing looks like now. I mean, it doesn't look that different even to me, and I'm the one who colored it in. So yeah, I have some momentum going. Let's see, another comment. I miss seeing the foxes by my house. Did you move or did the foxes move? I know foxes come through here, but I haven't seen them too close to the house. I did see one uh, up on a street that's not too far from here. And let's just say that it found a little friend that it was going to have for dinner. That was a bit much, a bit too much nature for me at that hour of the morning when I saw that. I've been liking a mocktail with watermelon limeade and margarita mix, no alcohol, and it's very refreshing. It does sound very refreshing. The foxes moved because they built up homes where they used to be. Ah, I see. Yes. So yeah. Does anybody have any more locations they want me to put on the board? If I can get to the board. There were some dolls and stuffed animals over on the other couch because I'm sitting on one couch, but I've been reading over on the other couch. And I moved them over here so there would be room for me on the other couch. Now there's no room for me on this couch. But I did bring along the corkboard. So if anybody has a location they want to share, I will put it on there. Now or later. I'll keep it going probably all summer. Or longer. I don't care. I'll just keep putting pins in there because I do care about putting pins in it. I don't care about adhering to a schedule while I do that. I probably I feel like I should be checking my email or something, but I also just want to get back to my book. I mean, when I'm ready to sprint again, when folks are ready to sprint again. I don't feel like wasting my sprinting time by looking at my email. I just want to read. Yeah. So another comment. Gwen says, try to read Tarnished Canvas. It's a mystery, 13th in a series, but moving it away from being a mystery and more family drama. Oh. Tarnished Canvas. Who is that by? Let me take a quick look. A Tarnished Canvas by Anna Lee Huber. Oh, The Mysterious Moorlands. Nice. Nice cover. Do you like that new direction, or is that irritating to you? Is that less what you want? I'm thinking another sprint. Because I'm at the point in the book where anything I have to say about it would be like potentially a spoiler. And since I know Kristen has it on her TBR at the very least, I don't really want to talk too much about it. Not because I'm not liking it. I am. It's very good. If I get this. Okay. Well, anyway, like I said, I think I'm ready for another sprint, another half hour or thereabouts. Let's see, what time is it? Okay, it's almost 44 minutes past the hour. So I think I'll start another half hour sprint to go toward to quarter past the hour. Does that sound good to folks? Gwen says, not what I look for in a mystery. Yeah, if you want a mystery and you're getting a family saga instead, that's kind of a mismatch of expectation and narrative, and that's no fun. Let's do another 30 minutes, says Lisa. And oh, there's like, couldn't see what the emoji was. I didn't think Kristen was flipping me the bird, although that would be kind of funny if she did. Anyway, it was a thumbs up, which in some parts of the world is flipping me the bird, but that's not what she meant. Okay, so we're going to sprint until quarter past the hour. Husband is coming home soon, says Wyoming. Yay! Sprinting until 0. I meant to say that I have to start dinner. Ooh, what is dinner? Is it venison pot roast again? Because I will show up at your house. Okay. Well, if you leave before the sprint is over in Wyoming, thank you for joining us for, most of the time. And if you don't mind telling us what's for dinner, I'm sure everybody would be interested to know. I mean, we're all shopping for ideas here. So, anyway, but thank you for joining. Oh, wait, she says antelope steak cauliflower with cheese. Antelope steak, boy, do you guys get this stuff? Do you guys hunt this stuff yourselves, or do you get it from a game butcher? We have a game butcher here in town. Get like not just local game, but you can get like alligator and stuff, meadow meat. Anyway, if you want to answer in the comments, please do. If not, don't. And I will see you again. And if you're not still here when the sprint is over with, and thank you again for joining us for so long today. Okay, back to the food tree and back to the sprinting. Okay, it's been about a half an hour. And after Wyoming, who I think has stepped away from making dinner, she's making antelope steak and cauliflower with cheese. That sounds really good. And I had asked if she buys it from a game butcher or if she hunts it herself. And she says both she and her husband are hunters, and her husband hunts all over the states. So there you have it. But I think she's not with us anymore because cooking. Okay. Holy cow, I was deep into something and I just jumped when you started talking. And you didn't even know what I was going to say. Every time my mom talks to me out of nowhere, I shriek. It's disconcerting for everyone. Anyway, so oh, Discord just blurped at me. Continuing Savage Hearts, and I knocked out another almost 60 pages. I think it'll take me about an hour to finish it. So I'm content to keep sprinting and do it live like that if people want to hang out and sprint with me. But it's time for a stretch break. Oh, yeah, that's the stuff. Mm, 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 ooh, ooh, ooh. Yeah. Ooh, 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 mm, mm. Of course, I also got up and walked across the room from the other couch, which is like, this is a very small sitting room, and the other couch is only like about 4 feet away from where I am now. So, I mean, I did get up. That was something that happened. So, yeah. So my afternoon is proceeding apace. Whew. How's everybody else doing? Aside from being startled by the dulcet sounds of my voice, bringing them back, bringing you back. Oh, I have some book stickers that I've gotten at various libraries lately. Anyone else super tired today? Asked Lisa. I wish. Oh, you just asked the question and it triggered a yawn. I'm not actually all that tired. I'm just like a little sleepy. But I'm actually, I got a nice, good night's sleep last night, so that was good. So these book stickers that I got from various libraries as freebies. I have this one, which has a candle on it. Look, it's like a little bargain counter argument Instagram post in sticker format. And this one. And also this one for a dark romance reader. Oh, yeah. I took that one instead of the one that said emotional support Kindle. That is a cute sticker, says Lisa. I'm not sure which one you're referring to, but I think they're all adorable. And like I said, this one is just like if my Instagram posts were cartoon stickers, that's what they would look like. Bargain counter argument. Check it out if you haven't already. Oops. Oops. I'm back a little late. Did I miss anything? No, not really. I was reading your comment that you and your husband are both hunters. And I think it would be illegal. Otherwise, I would say if you're worried about reaching your limit during the season, I could come visit you and get a hunting license and you could reach my limit. But I think that would be illegal. So, antelope steak. Nice. I do have you said cauliflower with cheese is your side dish. I have a stuffed cauliflower in my population of stuffed animals. She's out in the Heartfelt hallway. The Heartfelt hallway is where I keep my romance novels. Well, I have some romance novels elsewhere, but that's like where the step backs are. Anyway, so yeah, I was just saying that I have about an hour before I finish this book. So a couple more sprints and I should be done. Exciting for me anyway. And yeah. Oh, except that oh, 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 I keep yawning because I'm just sleepy. Not tired, but sleepy. And I still have hardly made a dent in my lime and cucumber drink. So very refreshing. Mm, great job, says Kristen. Thank you. Ah, yeah, I'm on page 266 out of 286, I think. So I got 120 pages, and I seem to be reading a couple of pages. Yep, I seem to be reading a couple of pages a minute. So yeah. Wyoming says, too bad we don't live closer. You're more than welcome to any game meat and fresh eggs. Oh, oh wow. You do not know how far I would drive. Uh, actually, more for the camaraderie than the eggs and the game. Uh, mm, mm, mm. So stretching and stuff. Yeah, I did a little bit of stretching. Yeah, well, before you came back. Anyway, so I think it hasn't been too long of a break, but I think I'm ready to just dive right back in. Another 30-minute sprints, unless somebody has something else they want to do for a little bit. I am open to suggestions. And I think I already colored in my squares. Yes, I colored in my squares. Thumbs up from Kristen. Let's do more sprints, says Lisa. Good deal. Discord keeps blurping at me, but I don't think it's at me specifically. It's just blurping. Okay. So we're doing more sprints. We are going to sprint until, okay, it's 22 past the hour. So I'm going to 22 plus 30 is 52. Okay. I'm going to round it up. So we're sprinting until 5 minutes to the hour. And again, here's the link for the River 105.9, which I'm not going to be listening to because I'm going to be reading. But in case anybody else wants to, there it is. Okay, see you in a little over a half an hour. Okay, it's been another half hour, and I see Kristen saying, if you're still on, I'll be back after my appointment. And she just said that like a minute or so ago. So happy reading, friends. So greetings from Kristen. I read another, I don't know, 50 pages or so. I think I have a little less than 60 pages to go. So that should be about a half an hour from now that I will finish this. I see that there are still a couple of people here, but I don't know if it's people who feel like chit-chatting. If you do, say hi. Let me know what's up. If you don't, that's fine too. Yeah. So I'm really liking this book. Savage Hearts by J.T. Geisinger. It's book 3 in Queens and Monsters. I've read book 1, but not book 2 or book 4. I think they're all on KU. So if you have KU and you like Mafia, very spicy, downright kinky. So yeah, if you're into that, this is a good time. If you're not, then you probably won't like it. Ah, I'm still here with Silly. Bark, bark, bark. I have Joan, and I also have, where'd she go? Susan's over here somewhere. Barkity, barkity. Barkity, bark, 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 bark. Bark, bark, bark. Still here, says Lisa. Bark, 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 barkity, barkity, bark, 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 barkity. I am trying to psych myself up. So I'm moving Joan around vigorously. Little bit of a wake up. This isn't Joan, this is Susan. Uh does she have the zoomies? The zoomies, is that just cats that get the zoomies, or can you refer to dogs as having the zoomies as well? I'm just manipulating her like this in the hopes that, that gets me reinvigorated. So, yeah, you've been pretty much my coworker today, LOL, says Lisa. It's a privilege. I appreciate you being my coworker. And my hair is just like freaking out. And barkity bark. Oh yeah, Silly gets the crazy zoomies. Yeah. I think I was mentioning last time that my aunt and uncle had Shih Tzu. They had 3, I think. Kimmy, Panda, and Mitzi. I remember I couldn't remember Kimmy's name, and it just popped into my head just now. Mitzi, I think, was the mother, and Panda and Kimmy were her children. And yeah, Shih Tzus can get a little, they can get a little antsy. Dogs get zoomies as well. Okay, there is Susan. Saw that comment and got the zoomies. It's a good thing this isn't 3D because everybody would be like, anyway. So yeah, I think one more sprint and I will be done with this book. And then I don't know if I will continue to sprint because I got more reading I want to do today, or I might just go, take a quick nap or something. If you like the sprints, I think Sarah the Bookish Knitter and Stormy co-host sprints on Monday evenings at 7 excuse me, at 7 p.m. Eastern. So in about 2 hours time. On sometimes it's on Sarah's channel, sometimes it's on Stormy's channel. I don't know who has it this week. So that's Storm Reads and Sarah. I don't know what her Instagram handle is. If people are interested in that, I will take a quick look. And see if I can figure out who has the stream tonight. Discord should be on my subscriptions, maybe. This is exciting. You get to watch me look up stuff on the interwebs. I gotta switch to my account. There we go. Let's see. Foodly Who. Sarah. The Bookish Knitter. Okay. Okay, Sarah's hosting that tonight, The Bookish Knitter. Thank you. Yeah, here's a link. It won't be until for a couple of hours yet, but her channel is just The Bookish Knitter, not Sarah the Bookish Knitter. Sarah is her name, but the channel is just The Bookish Knitter. So yeah, Sarah's channel tonight. Thank you. Storm has been having computer issues, so Sarah has been doing them. Yeah. Wonder if they are safe. Storm's family or Sarah's? I'm not sure I don't know what the weather is doing on a continental scale. So, yeah. Anyway, I have no idea. I've just been in my own little bubble today. I haven't checked the news. I only checked my own local weather. And so I have no idea what's going on. But yes, I hope they are safe. Excuse me. I know that they can get some weather where they are. So, I mean, storm. So, go back. Oh, I missed something. Oh, phooey. Ah, I'm having trouble manipulating. Well, gee whiz. I can't go back. The slider's not working. What is wrong with you? There we go. Well, yeah. Go back. I'm still not sure what's happening. But yes, if Storm's been having issues with her computer, it's not necessarily the weather, because I know she was talking about like she really wants to get a new one at some point. So yeah, sorry, Gwen, I don't see what I'm supposed to be seeing. I'm a little fatigued. Not badly, but just not necessarily firing on all cylinders. I'm kind of like half in my book. You know how that goes. Yeah. So maybe another half-hour sprint. Like I said, I will probably be close to done with my book at that point, because I have about 60 pages left. So if we can do another half-hour sprint. Okay, let's sprint until 35 minutes past the hour, if that's fine with people. Okay. Why do I try to do things without my glasses? Why? Just an optimist, I guess. Sprinting does not have a U in it until 0035. Okay. So yeah, I'm hoping to get my book finished during this next sprint, and then we can figure out what to do. Lisa wants to know how many more library books do you have to read after that book? Well, in general, I think I have, after this one, I'll have 23 checked out. But this one and God of Wrath that I've already read are the ones that are due tomorrow. And then I have another one that's due on Thursday. And I'll have to look at my library account to see what else might be coming up due. But and basically, yeah, once I get this book read, I will have the ones that are due tomorrow will be taken care of. So yeah, that's what's going on with that. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead. Oh dear. Gonna go ahead and give us another half hour. Okay. Okay, that's 29 minutes. There we go. And I'm going to mute myself and go finish my book. And so I'll see you in about a half an hour. Okay, it's been another half hour, maybe 32 minutes, and I finished the book. Very much liked it. Really enjoyed it. Now I'm like tempted to go and read, I think the other the second book. I'm not sure about the fourth book. I think they're both on Kindle Unlimited, but I'm not entirely sure, but I'm like tempted to just ignore all my other reading and do that instead. Meanwhile, I have 3 more books on NetGalley that aren't Harlequin that I can read and review. I did get rejected for one of the ones I requested. That was Build a Boyfriend by Mason Deaver, which I will probably try to get from the library because it looks pretty interesting. And I think I got a Cesar Romero, the band lead. I think was he a band leader as well as an actor? Who played the Joker on the Adam West Batman show in the 60s and did other things as well. He was very suave, smooth kind of guy. His autobiography is coming out, memoir slash autobiography is coming out in August. So I got an arc of that. I got an arc of a nonfiction book called Cooking as Therapy, which is about using cooking as therapy. I did that myself. So I want to read that. And I can't remember what the other book was. It was a male romance, but I can't remember what it was. Hang on, let me check. I don't have to read those right away because they're not coming out until later. Let's see. The Dramatic Life of Jonah Penrose by Robin Green. That's not coming out until November. Cooking as Therapy by Deborah Borden is coming out in October. And oh wait, Cesar Romero is it's not a memoir or an autobiography. It is a biography by Samuel Garza Bernstein. My mistake. I still want to read it. So, yeah. So I have those arcs as well. And I have Swept Away by Beth O'Leary that isn't due until Thursday. But I was thinking if I read that tonight, I can return it tomorrow with these other books and then I don't have to worry about it. But I don't know, because this has got me in the mood to read more J.T. Geisinger. So I just don't know what I'm going to do. I'll have to figure something out. Also, somebody posted a chapter in a fan fiction story I've been following. So there's that, but it's not a very long one. Chapter that is, and I haven't. Oh, excuse me. Usually there are a couple of news blogs I follow that I haven't really been checking today because I haven't felt like engaging with the news. I'm not sure that I feel like engaging with the news right now either. So, but I have been. I say keep reading. Well, I agree with you there, Lisa. It's a question of what do I read next? Do I keep reading J.T. Geisinger or do I switch over to Swept Away? Do I read the other Rena Kent book? I don't know. What makes you want to read? They all sound good. They all do, really. Uh, so I think I'd be happy reading any one of those options. I will figure it out, but I think I'm probably, and this is what I have no idea where I started this morning. Anyway, however, I think I'm going to knock off on doing any more sprints. I've been at it we started at 10, so I've been at it for over 7 hours, which I enjoyed myself, but I am getting a little ready to not be on camera. I mean, like, not just going away because I'm reading during a sprint, but just to shut down the stream. I think starting it earlier in the day, because midweek motivation, I usually peter out around like 4 or so, and I start at 2 my time. Maybe I should start doing it earlier in the day. I don't know. Not this week because I got somewhere I need to be on Wednesday morning. So yes, midweek motivation will be on Wednesday at 2 p.m. Eastern, and it will not be super duper long. I'm not sure if I'm going to go to Sarah's and Stormy's sprints tonight. I'd like to, but I'm also kind of tired, so we shall see. It was fun. Thank you for doing this today. I had a good time as well. Thank you all for joining me. Whether you joined me during the stream or you're watching this back later because you wanted to have some productivity sprints and you missed the live show, or yeah, anyway. So yeah, I appreciated this. I think during the summer, I might do more of these kind of live streams out of nowhere. Still keeping up with Book Talk with Sock on Monday evenings. This is not a Book Talk with Sock Monday. That'll be next week. And of course, Midweek Motivation. We'll be here for Midweek Motivation at 2 p.m. Eastern on Wednesday. Again, no Book Talk with Sock tonight. This is an off week for that, which is why I was doing this. This had been a Book Talk with Sock week. This would not have happened. And I hope you all have, one more comment. See you Wednesday. Yes, you as well, Gwen. But if you can make it, or, stuff comes up. And yeah, so thank you all for joining me, and I will see you in a couple of days. Okay, where's the, how do I end the stream? Thought I could get out of here without my, and Wyoming says, it was fun. Bye, everybody. Barkity, barkity. Where do I end? Oh my goodness. There we go.